Hello. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Welcome back. My name is Michael. Today is January the 7th at 7 o'clock p.m. PST, like normal. And we are streaming. We are live. We are going to be continuing our Harvard CS50X journey hopefully, by the end of the stream, we'll have week one wrapped up and moved on. So let's go ahead and let the Discord know what's going on. All right. Let me go ahead really quick, go here and pull up my YouTube. Give me a second, you guys. You guys are quick. Hold on one second. I'm just gonna copy the link here and let the Discord know we are live. Awesome. What's going on? There we go. All right, I think we're good to go here. Hello, everybody. Stoic, welcome. Your first one in here. Welcome in. It's awesome that you're back. How you doing today? What's going on? Hope everything is well with you. Okay. Mahan, hello. Hello, you guys. Hello. How's it going? All right. I'll give it a couple of minutes here. Let some people funnel in before we get started on to problem set one for CS50X. It's going to be real. Hopefully, we can get it done by the end of the stream. I'm doing good. Just ready to learn here. Just I'm over the winter season though. I'm ready for spring, summer, ready for the warm weather to come back. Hey, Arc 2005, welcome. Appreciate you coming in today. How's it going? Yeah, I did. I just shaved. That's all I did. I'm pretty known for people tell me that when I shave, I drop a couple of years in age. So, but yeah, that was it. Just to shave, and it kind of drastically changes things up. Welcome back. It's awesome to hear from you. How you doing? All right, you guys. Eat chocolate with that one. And I have a couple more Kit Kats. I could probably bust one open here if we once we get through a problem set as a reward, right? Once I get through a problem here, we'll do a reward. How about? Okay, let's go week one here on C. Problem set one. Okay, done that. Run update 50 in the terminal. All right, we're good. And now we got to complete this guy. Hello world. Oh boy, real hard here. Thanks to Professor Brian Kernahan, who taught us CS50 back when David took it. Hello world has been implemented in hundreds of languages. Let's add your implementation to the list. In a file called hello.c, in a folder called world, implement a program in C that prints hello world. So let's just go cd CS50X, cd week one. We'll make dir of world, right? We'll cd world. And then let's go code of hello.c, right? Okay. Implements a program in C that prints hello world, and that's it. All right. Hopefully this isn't too hard. I might need your guys' help for this. Maybe. So Yeah, pretty basic here. We're just gonna print hello world, but we're in C this time. So we have to remember we need to include what was it? I oh, it doesn't have autofill in this. Dang, no autofill? No autofill? Autofill, arrays, extension, boilerplate. Autofill. Autofill file extensions. Uh, all right, whatever. I can't. I'm so reliant. Okay, what is the? Let me open up my notes here really quick. I want to know what the not the small business manager, but the CS50X. I want to know what the import is. I just forgot that already. So it is include studio age, not it's stdio standard io dot h, right? Like so. And so now we're going to need to int main void like that. Go like this. Go print f. Um, so we'll say hello. Was it just hello world? Okay, hello world. Um, backslash n. Is that it? And then just do we have to call main again? I forgot. Like in Python, do you have to call main? All right, hold on. Let's get caught up in some chats here. We got a lot of people here. Welcome, you guys. Awesome. It's so awesome to hear from you. Let me know how's it going. What are you guys working on? If you're back in school, let me know what classes you're working on. How's those going? I'm really interested to know. We have a lot of CS majors here. What classes are you doing? What do you like so far? What do you not like so far? What projects are you working on? If you're, not in school, what do you do for work? Even like that'd be cool. Let me know more about you guys. Hey Adele, welcome in. Is the terminal awesome, Adele? Welcome in. Copilot on GitHub. You should make an array of characters and print every character. SAT prep. Let's go. Welcome in, Sad the Bad. Hysterical Mafia. Welcome in. Christy, welcome in. How you guys doing today? What's going on? SAT prep. We're back to school. Is my mic a little loud? I feel like I talk a little loud when I get close to the computer. Let me know if it's a little too loud. Um, Yeah, we're almost at 800. We were like one sub away from 800 before we started the stream. So I'm sure we'll hit it today, which is so awesome. Which I'll just say right now, you guys, thank you so much. You guys are just as much a part of this as it is me. Without you guys, being here to support me, to work alongside me in your own learning or in the learning that we're doing on the screen, whether you're just joining me in the background or actually, participating, any sort of, support is just so overwhelming and so appreciated and grateful. I am a small channel here, a small independent guy here, and so I really am like I'm in touch with what it's like to kind of be just a viewer and everything. So it's just mind blowing, that you guys are like joining me here. And I'll just continue going. I get people messaging, commenting almost every day saying, keep going. This learning is awesome. I enjoy what you're doing here. It's just like, wow, I didn't think it'd have this much of an impact, but it is. So it's really awesome. I go back to school on the 21st. Oh, almost. Not quite then. You got a couple more weeks here. I'm back to school at the end of the month, not looking forward to my classes. Two of my professors are so bad. One is super slow, the other one is impossible to learn from. Oh, brutal. Yo, chat. The co-pilot, yeah, Mike is good. Awesome. Hey, Iron, welcome. Iron, awesome to hear from you. Okay, so what else do we need in this function? Well, let's go kind of reference backward. Do we need any closing statement here to actually call main again? So let's see. Let's think here. Oh, no, not you. Let me just make sure to save this and close out. Open up our CS50X here. So for our hello world, it's just print hello world backslash n like that. Is that literally just it? Okay, okay. Is it that easy? Um, so also I'm curious, so why exactly, this might be a really dumb question, but like why exactly do we have to put the backslash n? Why is it like standard in C to keep the backslash n no matter what? Well, it'll print hello world and then the next, because it's a low level, the next, available input will be just to the right of the D in hello world. So that's why you have to do it so that the next command will go down after it's printed to the command line. I'm assuming. All right. Yeah, Iron, I got your comment. I'll respond back and give it a like in a little bit. Sorry, I was at work. Awesome. Main should run through the compiler. Yes, the compiler is programmed to read main first and gets you on a new line. Yeah. So it's just customary because in Python you don't really have to do this. The print automatically, I guess, in the function itself calls new line. So that's what I was just referring to. Python makes it a little bit easy on you, I guess, right? I think it isn't standard that it is only if you want a new line. Okay, because just every example I've seen has this new line at the end of the hello world. Hey, Wing, oh no, you're right on time. We've only been going 12 minutes here. We're good here. So, should we give it a shot here? Should we give it a shot? Let's go. Make hello. Um, got an error. Uh-oh. Here we go. We're learning. Error. Okay. Whoops. We need. I forgot. These are. I always forget these. Okay. So after declarative statements or definitive statements, you have to close them with the whatever it is, uh, semicolon inside of the brackets. The extra syntax is gonna trip me up, you guys. The Python, it makes it so much easier. It's so. Okay. Let's try it again. So we want to, let's do it again. Make hello. Okay. Here we go. Let's do, what is it? Dot slash hello. Boom. What is those Costco guys? Let's get a cup. Boom. Boom. This guy's like cringe now. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think there's, I don't know. There's something about it that's just like, it just always remains funny for some reason. I don't know. Like it just. A lot of people welcoming everybody in. Awesome. You guys are awesome. Uh, coding while work code while watching. Coding work code while watching. Oh, awesome, Mountain Man. Let me know how that's going. What kind of stuff you working on? If you don't have to share too much detail, but what kind of like stuff you general things you do in your work? I'm really interested to know. How is work? I know people don't like talking about it, but man, I'm proud to keep it. The bro doesn't come simple to me because. Oh, thanks so much, Iron Man. That's so awesome. Yeah, in other languages that are based on C, they usually make methods that print on the same line or print on new line. Okay, I'm mainly talking about Java. You need to return it. I'm not gonna let you quit. I'm gonna keep inspiring you. Keep on commenting on your videos. Thanks so much, Iron. You're awesome. Christy, yes, welcome in, you guys. Python has a default suffix \n. You can change it when print hi end equals \t. Okay, got you. So you can override end. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My MacBook configurations. It is the I got it at the very beginning of 2024. So it was the end of 2023 model. Is what it says. It's the M3 Pro MacBook Pro, not the base. I did get the upgraded CPU and GPU one, and then I also got the 36 gigabytes of memory. It's really good. It doesn't heat up ever. I had the what's it called? The Intel MacBook Pros. I had like almost okay, so I bought it like the 2016 one, but I had it for like a week, sold it. I was like, no, this I can't do this. Had bought the 2017 one when it came out, had it for like a week, returned it. Can't do this. Waited a little bit, bought the 2019 one, right? The Intel one. I was like, okay, finally, is this one gonna be good? Had it. Oh my, I can't do it. Boom, away. Bought this one in 2024, so it's been a while. Kept it. It's been the best laptop I've ever had. It's awesome. It doesn't heat up ever. It's never. I've never heard a fan in rendering any of my videos. Now my videos aren't super, you know, crazy, but I've never heard a fan. Never had a problem when I stream. It keeps up with the internet, with everything wirelessly. Doing my stream, I'm not hooked up to the Ethernet here because I have it all to myself. It handles multiple things like quickly. I can render while I do multiple things. It's great. I mean, and it has like all the powers of my old gaming PC that I use, but just in a portable laptop. And I don't game anymore, so that's really why I got rid of it. I kind of just moved on from that. I program now. I program a lot more, like pretty much filled the gaming with programming and stuff. Um, Passing service and client service to configure or to front end to show that data in a banner for certain roles. Oh, interesting. I am not gonna lie, I'm not sure what that means, but that sounds really awesome, and I bet it would be cool to try out. That's awesome. Now, Adele, you guys are coming right with me. Now, I'm not going. I no, I'm keeping this a very wholesome stream with you and me here together. It's a very personal stream, so uh, you guys are right here with me along the way here. Um, I have to make a GUI for this music player project I'm working on. It's so boring. Oh yeah, we did a little GUI endeavor into the small business manager, and we were able to get a little bit of some tabs going. And man, I was just kind of like drained after. I was just kind of like, man, this is just not that like exciting. Like, I'm sorry if it is for you guys. I just wasn't really that into it, but it's something that we got to keep learning. I have a MacBook Air M3 bought in July, and then later 2024 they brought out the 2024. And now I'm getting not getting the Pro. Well, the Air would definitely probably save you some bucks there. So maybe use that money then to like invest and save for the next model coming up in the next year. Probably would be a good idea. I have to recreate my database after Ruby upgrade. Fun stuff. I took a break from coding. Yo, what are you doing? Port Freeman, welcome in. Appreciate you coming in. Awesome to have you here. All right, let's keep moving here. All right, so I think we should submit this bad boy here. Um, all right, let's do it. So we need to correctness, check 50 this boy. Ah, I remember it doesn't let you paste stuff with like the command V here. All right, let's see what it gives us. Does it like our setup? Come on, drum roll. Boom, boom. We got it. All right, cool. That one was done. Moving on, you guys. All right, this one was hello.c, the first problem. Pretty simple. Okay, let's keep moving here. Let's go back. Uh, hello, it's me. Okay, in a file called hello.c, import. Oh, wait, in a folder called me. Okay, so let's go. How do we go back? Is it cd minus? Yeah. Okay. We need to make dir on, or let's clear this out for you guys first. So we'll make dir me. We'll cd me. We'll code hello.c here. All right, let's get that out of here. All right, let's go include studio .h here, right? And then we have int main void. Go in and do something here. Implement a program in C that prompts the user for their name and then says hello to that user. For instance, if the user's name is Adele, they should print hello Adele. Okay. So we also need to include then the CS50.h header file to get access to the get input function, right? So the get input function, we should say, what is your name? Very simply, right? We'll give it a space. We'll do that. So, I mean, we could go like this, stir main, should we return something or just make it pretty simple here? Get input. All right, let's just make it pretty simple here. We'll say user, it is equal to that. We'll say printf, right? And say user. Oh, okay, we got to use f string. Okay, what do we got to do? We have to put percent. We have to declare this variable though, right? As a stir. But this is a string of characters, so is this going to be a is it stir? Hey, chart history, welcome in. Awesome you're doing CS50. Yeah, go if you're wanting to chart history. I've got the lectures. I got a stream where I watched the lecture live and did live notes and interact. I have you can go back and reference the live stream in my live streams, but I also uploaded a chopped version of it, and I'm going to upload the part two of that one to just after this stream. So thanks for coming in. Hey, Atticus, welcome. Atticus was number 800 for sub count. So real for that. Awesome. Welcome in, dude. Hysterical Mafia, what's going on? Or you've already been here. You've already been here. You just put a smiley face. Welcome back. What's going on? All right, no problem, Iron. Okay, so do we have to declare stir here with with um with C? Right? So string answer. Okay, it's string rather. So string for user input. We print this and we provide the user input like so. Right? Is that how that works? Well, we need to say hello, it's me. And we need to return print hello to that string, which is user input. Should we try this? If we're missing anything, we'll know. All right, if we're missing anything, it's okay. I don't care if we look dumb here doing simple problems. We're learning a whole new language here and trying to figure out its syntax. So, it is similar to Python in some parts, but it adds some extra steps. Oh, we're missing some stuff. We need a semicolon here. Oh, geez, see. Okay, so if I go make hello.c or make hello, too many errors implemented. Oh, on my format string, it didn't like that. Hmm. Oh, what is it? What is the function from CS50? I also just settled down in Austin today. Finally got everything calming down. Oh, awesome, dude. All right. Okay, so this is C we're learning right now. We've learned a lot into Python. We're still learning Python every day, but CS50X, this course that we're taking, just has a C portion. So um, it does just have us look into it here. So are we just not? What did it not like about our run here? Where did my terminal go? Where did my terminal go? Um, there we go. Okay, so we need to cd CS50X. Oh, we'll cd into me. What? Oh, week one. cd into week one. cd into me. We could probably chain these, I bet you. And then we'll say make hello. So we get this error here. It doesn't like our format. I think it's this get input function it doesn't like. Did I mean get int? Um, where is the data types are more important in C because they tell your processor size of the bytes of your data in memory. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. I can't. Every time you comment, your name always makes me laugh. Okay, so I don't. Is it not get input? Is that not the function that it likes from the CS50 header? Let's see. Let's open this back. It's get string. Okay, that's the CS50 function. Okay, so now if we do this, let's try to make this, and then let's do this. Die hello. What's your name? All right, we'll do it here. Adele. Hello, Adele. Oh, we're missing something. We're missing our backslash n. Okay, like so. Okay, so let's clear. Oop. Let's go make hello. Code dash hello. What's your name? Adele. Hello, Adele. Okay, cool. So, remember, guys, with C instead of Python, with format strings, you use these, variable placeholders, and then as such as %s for string, %i, and then provide the variable that houses that information, at the as like an argument basically for the printf function. So rather than using curly braces in Python and just inserting the variable directly where you want it within the embedded quotes, you have to, placeholder it and then provide the value. So, we have to just think about that going forward. All right. All right, if you guys are enjoying the stream so far and like following along with me here, consider throwing it a like. Helps YouTube keep picking up our stuff and showing it to you guys and keep things growing. You know, we just passed 800 subs, which is so crazy. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. You know, you guys are really liking this journey that we're doing here, and you guys are on it too, and I like following you guys. Join the Discord link below where you can, you know, get access to all my study resources, chat offline, look at other people's projects. I have like a guide. I'm doing like a guide, you know, to all my CS50 work. So yeah, you can check it out there. Um, all right, so that is those two problems. Pretty simple, pretty simple. Let's go ahead and continue. All right, so I'm not gonna lie, you guys. This it's gonna start to pick up pace here. Those two were really easy, and then now it gets throws you this one here. So we should probably try to do both of them, right? So in a file called mario.c, in a file called mario.less, implement a program in C that recreates the pyramid using hashes for bricks as in the follows. So I'm going to paste in here a Python file that I so when I watched the lecture, I just took a gander or a look at the problems, and I kind of read them, and then I looked at the only one I read was the Super Mario one, this version of Mario, right? And so I read this one, and I was like, you know what? I bet I can do that. So I just like sat down for a second in Python and I tried it. So let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. Um, Here it is. Okay, so this is the function I wrote that does this, that solved this problem. And it's a pretty cool function, I think. I was able to do it pretty concisely here. So, like, I'll show you an example for up to 8, right? It said in the example, right, it does it. It creates the pyramids that we're looking for. So what I did was I created, I don't know if this is the way you're supposed to do it, but I created a variable called brick and I created a variable called space that house, you know, a brick string and a literal space string, right? I have a space count, which is one less than the initial rows given, right? I have a brick count which starts at 1, right? So I'm just thinking about this as I'm trying to just build one side first. And then in my print statement, I can then just customize it and print out the reverse of it, right? So I'm just trying to print out the left side. So I I said while the space count is greater than or equal to 0, right? Because at some point we're going to reach the bottom of these prints, like we're printing typewriter style, row by row. And we're going to get to the base of this pyramid, and there's no spaces to the left of this. So the space count is tracking the amount of spaces to the left of the brick, right? So, you know, because this is like half of a square, the space count, you know, you can easily kind of track it that way, or a rectangle, right? You can track it because it decrements by 1 each time, right? So while the space count is greater than or equal to 0, meaning that we're going to stop our loop once we reach our bottom of our pyramid, for some arbitrary variable that I don't really care about, I'm not really using, in the range of the rows provided, so range of 8, so for, you know, 8 rows in this case, like if for this example this is 4 rows, I'll do 4 here and we'll show it like so, right? So we have 4 rows, right? In the range of the rows, we're going to just go ahead and print the rows. We're going to go ahead and just print the spaces, right? Times the space count. So in our first call, which is going to be printing this first row, we have, you know, 1, 2, 3 spaces and 1 brick. So spaces is right, 3 space count. So we have, which is rows minus 1, right? To get you just to auto generate the space count rather than hard coding it. Um, and so each time we're going to reduce space count by one, right? Because we're literally reducing space count by one. The space is to the left of the bricks. And then we're going to increase the amount of bricks. And so I'm just doing that. And then I have two spaces right here. You can't see it because it's wrapping, but there are two spaces in between this next call of this format string block, right? So there's two spaces, and then I'm just doing the same thing on the opposite side, right? Inverted. And it works perfectly like that. It's a really cool function. So like this is a really, you know, we do use two loops, so it does take a little bit of like time, but for small inputs it doesn't matter. And we're only going up to 8, but it's really compact and concise, and we don't even have to use like a height variable. We're using the space counts as our tracker naturally, which is a really cool feature as well. So what do you guys think about this? So I wrote this in Python. Now we have to try to convert this into C is the next this is the next task here. All right. So I'm gonna take a stab at the Mario More one first because we already have it written here. So this one says we need to have it inside of a folder called what? Mario More. Gotcha. Week 1, make their Mario More. Make a file called mario.c. Okay, we are going to include the standard IO.h. We are also going to include the CS50 IO or CS50 header, right? We're going to def, we're going to void main, or int main void, right? We're going to open this up. Okay, here we go, here we go. All right. Oh, not this. Here we go. Ah, come on, come back. Here we go. All right, so this is what we need to try to define. So we have a variable int rows, which equals to a get yes, add the bad. We made it 800. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to establish a brick variable. So string, this is actually going to be just char brick, which is going to equal a hashtag. We have a char for a space, which is going to equal just a blank space. We have a int, which is a space count, which is equal to rows minus 1. And then we're going to have a rows input here. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to do a string main with a void, or not main, I'm going to get a convert get convert converted get converted input, So like this, then we're gonna have void, like so. Okay, we are going to you guys are right, semicolons. Thank you so much. So we're going to can convert the input. Now I'm not exactly sure how to convert strings into integers in this. Like in Python, we just have an int, a stir, a float function. Is it similar to this, or how do you go about converting data types? What do you guys know? Okay, so then we have I'm gonna say user input. So this is gonna return an int actually. User input is equal to, this is going to be a string, get string of how many rows, right? Like so. We'll get the string. Two integer, I think. Okay. So we'll take, do we need to define a variable up here and say int rows equals this, and then say 0 at the first, and then say so I need to convert the string into an integer in order to do math on it, right? So do I need to wrap these in parentheses? Maybe. Include standard library. Like that. Why? It's weird that they wouldn't tell you how to convert to an integer before this. In C at least. Or with whatever the mechanisms they have. Ah, okay, Brian, you're right. You're right. Okay, so we don't actually have to do this. They have a get int function. Thank you so much, Brian. You have a get int function within the CS50 header that's already included. So we'll say rows is equal to get int. And we'll say how many rows. And then we're going to return rows. Like so. So then I'm going to say, I take this guy, I'm going to put it up here above our main, and then say, to get it to reference that, be able to call it, then we need to say rows is equal to get, oh, I guess we didn't even need to do that. Let's just go like this, whatever. We're just making this hard on ourselves for some reason. Sorry, you guys. was trying to convert it and give it back, but if we can just convert it right away, then whatever. Or we just get int. Yeah, Brian says the CS50 library has shortcuts for inputs like string and int. Yeah, gotcha. Forgot about those. Okay. So then we're gonna say all right, then we need a brick count, right? It's 1. We're gonna say while do this while for awesome, you guys. That sounds like a great plan. Some people saying they're gonna start coding every day. Awesome. So do we want to do a do while block, or do we want to just say a while this? So we want to do while, right? In C. The thing is do we include those together like that? That's what I don't know syntax wise. We had an example here. Do while that. Okay, so not like this, but while like that. Okay, so do the following. Wow, okay, got you. So then what kind of dummy variable can we say for temp variable? Okay, so the only thing, you guys, is I'm not that sure about for loops in C. So how could I say for a temp variable in the range of rows? Right? So this will be while space count is greater than or equal to 0. Range of rows, print rows. So I'm not sure on for loops. So how can we do something like range in C? Because we're obviously going to then say like for, then do printf, right? And we're gonna say inside here is so you guys, what kind of for loop can we convert this to? So for temp, we don't have keywords like in, right? It'd be like for temp. How do you do for loops in this thing? The syntax for a for loop in C is parenthesis for is int I argument decrement or increase I. Okay, thank you, you guys. Okay, so we say for integer variable of temp, so we would say, do we need to establish a variable of I here, a temporary variable? Because we need it to run 8 times, right? Or in my Python implementation, do we even need a while loop here? What happens if I delete this, move this back, and just run this? Okay, so we don't even need a while loop, actually. Really? Don't even need a while loop. Yeah, because we're doing it. So I guess we could say like this instead, right? Remove this, bring this back, and that would also work. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. It's interesting. So then we would just actually we would bypass this loop. We would say while space count is greater than or equal to 0, we're going to just do the following. Print f, right? And what are we going to print f? We're going to print f space, so the percent %s. Now, how can you multiply the amount of a string by an integer number? That's my question. How can you multiply a str by an int in C, like in Python, of temp equals quote 1 print f, or print f string quote temp times 3, like that. In C, strings are handled as character arrays. You cannot directly multiply them by an integer like in Python. However, you can achieve a similar effect by creating a function that repeatedly appends a string to its string itself. Okay. So we need to create a function and call it. Okay, so we'll say this is going to give us a string of characters. This is going to be called print okay, hold on. I'm going to actually bring back my for loop. Take away the while loop and do that. Like so. So we're going to say we need a function that prints the what? The what am I doing? I'm getting all sidetracked here. So we need a function that does this print for us, basically, or does this repeating of the string, the array amount of times. Okay, so print repeat of n times. Right? So what we're going to say here is that we're going to have okay, what can we say here? We would need to say gosh, if it was Python, this is just so much easier, but so we need to say like we need to loop over for every value of n, right? We need to do n number of times. Okay, so for n, so it was for n you say like that, int n. Oh no, inside the parentheses. Okay, for int n, what do we want to do? Oh gosh, this is tough. For loops in this are syntactically. So initialization, condition, and update. And the code blocks to be executed. Okay, so we would say for okay, we'll say for int I equals 0, like that. We'll say the condition is until I becomes 0. While I is less than n, right, we are going to continually increase I by 1 each time. Within this loop, we are going to say print so this would just loop us the amount of n number of times. And we would need to continually add the string together. How would you determine the length of the original string? Allocate enough memory? Oh my gosh. You need to initialize a new integer in the for loop. This int will be incremented as long as the condition is true. It is a bit different than how it is in Python. So if I starts at 0, goes up to n, and we increase I each time, how do we need to... So this is basically like our range, okay. What do we want to do each time through this loop range? We want to string you would print a string every time you increment as a print function, and C doesn't include \n automatically. You can stay on the same line using different print statements. Okay, yeah, so, like, okay, got you. So we would say just print f. So we would need another variable here, and so this would be char c print f %char for c, like that. So would this essentially print the character c n number of times? How does that look? What do you guys think about this? So we would print repeat would just continually print the character c n number of times. So we first start with 0. If we say 3 here, we'll go 1, 2. What do you want to do it in? 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Yeah, 2 to 3 in a sense. Okay, yeah. I think that would work. So what we want to save this as a variable and return it, right? So this would have to be a new string. Right? Would it be a new string? Or would this just be printed? This is just getting printed to the display 3 times. So what if I want to house the string and edit it? Like, I feel like we're not given all the tools we need by the lecture here to, like I have in Python, to do stuff. Like so, here. That. So that'll just literally print that over and over again. So do, while this, we'll say call print repeat. Let me take this up here. Print repeat. And the input is going to be So the first one is going to be space and space count. So it's going to be space, and then space count, space, like that. And then print repeat. And then let's just try this print repeat here. We'll call it one more time. For brick count and brick, we're going to then say right, we need to do brick count plus equal 1, and then space count plus equal or minus equal 1, right? We need a semicolon here, 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 not there. No worries, Stoic. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. All good. See you tomorrow. Thanks for stopping in tonight. Okay, let's see here. Let's CD out of this. Let's CD into Mario more. And let's make Mario. Okay, we have an error here. Too many errors are stopping with fatal error. Incomplete pointer to integer conversion char. Incompatible pointer to integer conversion initializing char with an expression type char2. Does char have to be initialized with a single quote? Okay. So now we get clear. Line 27. Function definition is not allowed here. Function definition is not allowed here. What was that? Come on. Why are you doing that? Okay, what was that? Where'd you go? What? Where are you? Just is like gone. Okay, Why? This is why? How? Come on, show back up. Where? What are you doing? What is going? What? Okay, what is going on? Why is it just like disappearing on me here? Ugh, this thing is so annoying. Mac OS needs to fix their screen partitioning or whatever it is for when you. Ugh, it just has so many glitches unlike Windows. It's so terrible. Okay, get rid of that. Control up arrow. No. And tab. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna quit. You're done. Oh, whatever. Just completely killed the vibe there. Whatever. Sorry, guys. Not sure why it just glitches out like that. Okay. Um. The string repeat function does not return anything. It is a string function, so it needs a return string. Yes, you're right. So we need to return. How can I concatenate a character? This is printing. So we need to return to this function. Okay, so we wouldn't want to print f. So how do you say how to concatenate strings in C? I spelled that terribly, probably. Concatenate. To concatenate strings in C, you can use the stir cat function in the library, string library. So stir concatenate in the string.h library. I don't know, is there a way to do this without importing another library that wasn't talked about? Okay, turn into a void function and won't require to do anything. So now what happens if we run? So 28 is not allowed. Hey, 1K45H, welcome. So we're getting this error now. To concatenate would require a library, but I don't know if they want that for CS50. When I didn't import anything aside from what they give you. Okay, gotcha. Too many errors admitted, stopping now. Function is true. It still doesn't like our function on line 28. So let me go design 50 here. No. Code has good structure. Or, however, there's a few designs where the print repeat function would be declared before it is used in main. Ensure that the print repeat function is defined outside of main function to maintain proper scope. Consider adding comments. Okay. All right, see you later, Atticus. No worries. I'm gonna. Do you have a bracket at the end of main if that's needed? Oh. Ah. You would be right. Oh my gosh, was really that it? Okay. Well, CD, CS50X, CD, week 1, Mario, more, CD. Okay. What if we make Mario? Okay, now we got oh, let me void here. Make Mario. Okay. Okay. Here we go. How many rows? Oh no. That did not work. So it's printing. Bruh. Dead. Okay. So, uh-oh. Please not happen again. Why is it doing this? Got it. Got you back, you piece of crap. Okay. So, let's think here. We are calling a print. So what happens if I run this and just say 1? Okay, let's try that. So that didn't work. If I do 2, that doesn't work. Okay, we did get something there. But I don't want to print \n each time. I want to print on the same line every single time. After the for loop. So you want me to print a blank \n? Yeah, it's going to be a nested for loops problem. We can either do a while loop here or a for loop, but we're not actually doing anything. print after we want, yeah, we need to print \n after the for loop. You're right. So here we would need a like that. So if you run this one, clear, oh clear, Mario. Oh gosh, so many syntax things in C. It's crazy. All right. How many rows? 2. Okay, getting somewhere now. Getting somewhere. Um. Okay, so yeah, we're trying to make a staircase basically, but I solved it in Python really easily. You guys, like that's the frustrating part is I'm frustrated because I solved this in Python so easily and I can't solve it. Like it's I thought I was so confident coming into the stream like, oh, I solved that in Python, this is gonna be cake, and like gotta like, but I will say solving it in Python first has helped because now I'm just focusing on the syntax and trying to convert it like or translate it into C, right? Um so what's going on here, right? We have our so so um for integer I to less than n, we're going to increase I, so from which 0 to n, we are going to print C that many times. So what happens if I comment all this junk and go print repeat, right, of 3, and then we'll give it a hashtag like that, right? So what happens if we try this? Ah, stupid semicolons. Make Mario. Okay, we get that. So that does the print repeat. If I change this to 4 and do it, 4. Okay. Okay. So our print repeat function is pretty good. Okay. So now we know that the problem lies with our function here. So we are saying do print repeat space and brick. Brick starts out as 1. So you're going to print brick 1 time. And we're going to print space 1 time. I mean, but are these together like this, right? So we want to print the spaces and then print the brick at the same time. Okay. So I think I'm getting the spaces though. Where's the space happening? The spaces are happening above the bricks. I need them to happen to the right of the bricks. Print space count, what, plus that? Can you do that? Like in Python? Or whatever. So we're close. We just need to have the spaces print to the left of the bricks. What if we call a print statement on this? No, because it'll try to print a print. It's not returning values. We just need to get the spaces, instead of being on top, right? We're getting spaces on top now. We need them to the left. Try moving the print in the do while loop. Well, no, I think this printf is okay, right? We already tested this function. Now, I really appreciate your help here, but I think that this one is okay because when we tested it, it was printing, it's printing these together. If this was not working, we'd have these be broken up onto separate lines. You know what I mean? So I think that this one is okay where it is. What's happening here is the space count is being printed and then the brick count is being printed. I need them to be printed on the same line. Or I could just do this. So if I add an additional parameter here of int n2 and char n2 or char c2 and just call one print statement for all my characters. So we'll say I will print the char no, because we're changing the count. So no. Never mind. Try adding another printf. If I put another printf on line 19 here, and I run this, I don't think that that's going to work. See, that just doubled the spacing. What happens then if I remove this printf and remove this printf? Okay, so they're all happening at once, but we're getting the print, and then we're getting the 2, and then the 1, right? So it's all happening at once. So then what if I have now, okay, what if I keep the print F here, I mean, is what you meant, sorry. There, make Mario 5. Ah! Sorry, you were right, Internet Spectator. I thought that, okay, I was mistaken. I thought that these spaces here was was the print. So I'm just not familiar with the print calls. If you don't deliberately call \n, it will continually go on that same line in the terminal forever. There, like Python has all these built-in \n's within the function where it ends. So I sorry, I was confused. Thank you, Internet Spectator, and thank you, Sad the Bad. Okay, so this is the answer to, but we need to add a check. So we have to make sure rows can't be within greater than 8. So this is the answer. This is the answer to not Mario more, but the first Mario, right? Okay, so let's take this then. But I thought that there is a little bit of a catch in here that says that we need to limit the input to 8. Creates hash breaks. Reprompt the user again and again as needed if their input is not greater than 0 or not an integer. Okay, so we have to say well, in Python we would say we would use a while loop to continually prompt. So we'd have to use another while do. So do this declaration, right? While well, the get int will get an integer function no matter what. Hey Adon, welcome back in. How you doing? It's awesome you're here. I remember doing these pattern questions in C++. Yeah, Christy, then it gets worse with recursion. Yeah, I was struggling with recursion too when I first was getting into it. Still do. Just need extra practice. Yeah, same as me. So if we want to repeat a question, hold on, let me go back and say and just run this. I hate how it. There's no. Is there a play button? CD CS50X, CD week 1, CD Mario more, make Mario. How many rows? So if I give -1, we get 1. Okay, so we need to do this loop then. So if int rows is right, what we have to say if rows less than 1. Okay, actually we'll call it do, like we did before, on this, do this, while rows is less than 1, less than 0. Less than 1, right? It has to be 1 or greater. So that'll do that while loop, while it'll do this while rows is less than 1. Or what happens if it's already an integer? Oh gosh, CD. Make Mario. Use of undeclared rows. Okay. So we'll just declare it up front. Like so. Now we need a thing here. How many rows? We'll say 0. How many rows? -1. Okay, 1. Boom. Perfect. Now we need to ask, make sure that it's an integer. Oh, I keep exiting out of that. I do not mean to. How is there a play button in CS50? Play button. Why does it auto like eject out of my? We'll just go here. Open an integrated terminal. Helpful Lamb. Hello, I'm pretty sure you can just do CD, then drag the current folder you are on into the terminal. Okay, that's a good idea. I also just right-clicked here and then open terminal at that point, right? As well. Thank you so much, Helpful Lamb. I appreciate you. Very helpful. Okay, so then we'll say, so what happens if I give a here for that int? Okay, so the int function already covers that cover. Okay, so if I give 5 here, we get there. Okay, so now, isn't there a catch though that we can't be greater than 8? In a file called Mario C and Mario less, implement a program in C that recases hashes for bricks. Actual height can be output shorter pyramids like the one below. Reprompt the user not greater than 0. So I could technically say like Mario for 25. Okay, huge Mario player. Okay, so I think that this is the answer. So let's go ahead and we need to make a dir for Mario less. Add this in to week 1. Add a thing here called Mario.c. And I'm just going to copy this entire code in. This solves the Mario less problem. Now if I exit out of here, go here, open integrated terminal at this point, and then we run check 50 on this. All right, here we go. Here we go. Come on, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Oh! Oh! Woohoo! First try. First try. First try on the submission, right? Awesome. Man, do I miss Python? Oh my goodness. I mean, it was not too bad. I mean, it just takes you a little bit longer because you have to be more descriptive and a little bit more like personal with each, declaration and stuff. But it's not bad. Yeah, thank you guys. Leave a like if you're enjoying this. This is awesome. Okay, and now for the finale here, grand finale. Oh, sorry, we have a couple more. Never mind. Super Mario is this one. So in this guy here, Mario More, what we're going to do is we're going to call a print repeat on the space count. So this is going to be 2 and space, right? And then we're going to call this and then this, mirror it across the space count of 2. Now if we run this, open integrated terminal, make Mario, how many rows? 5. Oh! We got it! We got it! Ooh. Come here, Sky. Come here. Sky says hello. We got it. Woo! She says hello. Awesome. Cool, you guys. IX3K, week 6 is Python if that makes you feel better. Yeah, week 6, you guys, we're just gonna fly right through. Week 6 is just gonna be like we might not even, honestly, I don't even really feel like watching the week 6 lecture like on Python. Is there any point to watching it if we've already taken CS50P and are at the level of Python we are now? Okay. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and submit this one. I don't know why this one was called Mario More. You just had to add 3 lines of code duplicating your print calls. The whole process was kind of challenging. Honestly, this is a brutal problem for a beginner to come by at first. I'm just going to say that right now. For a no! Right, we need to handle the 8. I forgot about that one. Oh, blunder. While rows, um, so we'll say while rows like this. That should handle the check. Oh, it might not like it because it might go off my compiled version, which wasn't made yet. Um, what did not like? Ejects a height of -1, but not reject. Expected. What? Uh-oh. Um, okay, we got an error here. Result of Boolean compression 9 with Boolean is always false. Oh, shoot. My bad. While rows is greater than 0, but less than 9. My fault. Whoopsies. Let's make this boy... Greater than 0, but less than 9. Oh. You can't make an expression like this like you can in Python. Okay, so you have to do while rows like that. Okay, thank you guys. Let's try that again. Oh, you have to make an argument there too? Oh my gosh, man, the syntax. What the heck? Oh my gosh. I don't know about C, you guys. This is a lot. Am I just being lazy or expected identifier? I have to say while as well there? Or do I need to... like that? You got a 2 on the same line. It's the parentheses. They both have to be in the express. Okay. Okay, like that. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really bad at making these statements in Python as well, like and or. Like for some reason, it always just still trips me up. Okay, that compiled. -1. What? While rows is greater than 0 and rows is less than 9. Continually get input. See, this is what I'm talking about. Is I suck at these statements. So rows on -1 was while parentheses rows less than and yeah, we got that. Make how many rows? 1, 2. Okay, hold on. Oh, sorry, we have the reverse condition. So we want to break out of this loop. We want to continually asking while rows is greater than or less than 0 and rows is greater than 9. Okay, see, I always, like, I literally just called it. I called it. That I always get these statements reversed or whatnot. Okay, now we'll run. We'll make this guy. Oh, no. Overlapping conditions evaluate to false. Well, rows, let's make this less than 0. And rows and 9 is greater than rows. No, rows is greater than 9. I want to do this. Okay, try it. Make. Oh my god. Overlapping comparisons always evaluate to false. Well, rows. Well, rows is less than 0 and rows. So if I provide a -1, we'll continue asking. If I provide a number greater than 8, so this need to be or. -1. Okay. 9. Okay. 8. Come on. Oh, let's go. Okay, I think we got it. Let's copy this guy over. Paste him in. And let's run that. Yeah, I think it's because I always suck in, because you have to remember that both of those statements have to be true in order to continue and things like that. So I always get them mixed up. It's always a mind trick for me. It's the one thing. Okay. So we need a 0. It has to be 1, rather. Right, rows less than 1. What was our other error? I forgot. Oh, shoot. I hate why does my terminal disappear every single time? Oh, here it is. So it doesn't like the output of my function for some reason. I go here, make Mario. Oh my gosh. Oh, whoops. Make Mario. Mario. -1, 0, 2. Gives me that. Mario, if I go 0, doesn't take it. If I go 1, gives me 1 and 1. Oh, but it wants a new line, I think, right? At the end of the total function. So at the end of the total function, we're going to print f for just a new line at the very end. I think that's what it wanted. So let's try that. Mario, or hold up. Let's see. Make Mario. Oh my gosh, this dang syntax is getting on my nerves. You guys are probably like, Mike, stop forgetting that. Jeez, it's not that hard. Where is my terminal? Make Mario. Rows 0, -1, 9, 8. Like that. Okay, so now let's try to submit this. Whoops. All right, fingers crossed. I don't know, it doesn't really like our outputs too much. Did it want a new line at the end? Hmm. Keep clicking on things. How many rows? 1. Move the window terminal to the bottom. Okay. There you go. Good idea. See, it doesn't like how I'm printing things. The height rejects the height of -1 and accepts 2. Not. Did you add too much trailing white spaces to the end of your pyramid? No, I don't think so. Awesome, Varbag. That sounds great. I think it's because you have spaces at the end of the right side. Okay, so it doesn't want spaces. It only wants the spaces on. Okay. That's annoying. Did it preface that? So it doesn't want spaces on the right side. It just wants my bricks printed. This was my output. It highlights everything to the right, so highlighting it doesn't really specify. But I'll try it with this with the spaces removed on the right side. Make Mario 5. Okay, so now we should have no spaces on these right side. We'll check 50 here. Ah, let's go! Woo! Bah, 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 bah. Nice, you guys. Sweet. So, like I was saying before, if you're a brand new programmer, like never seen a loop before, the lecture 1 was your first time seeing Hello World, this problem sucks. Let me tell you. If you were a new programmer, doing this as your first ever problem into programming, I get they have a walkthrough video and I get they have an easier version, right? But the easier version was 2 less lines of code. This is the easier version, right? The fact that this is your first, I get it's supposed to be challenging. I get it's supposed to challenge you and make you think, but if you're like a 35-year-old, 45-year-old dad or like dad of 3 who's been grinding like blue collar all his life trying to get into programming and stuff, like I dude, like I don't know, this used literally every single um like example in the first lecture. Like it used every single function. It used every single almost it used like every single thing that it talked about. It tried to use in this, which yeah, I get it's a good problem for trying to understand. But if you're a beginner, like dude, especially in C like this, like I was able to solve it in Python, right? Pretty easily because I have some experience in Python and it's easier to do these types of things. But I feel bad for the people that tried this. True regarding dad. No offense to dads out there, but I'm just saying, like someone that has not been like in the mindset of math or programming or science or anything, like this would just be so discouraging. While there are different approaches, mine is quite different from yours, so there could be simpler ones. Oh, gotcha. I feel like I I feel like this attempt is pretty simple though, no? Like this is a pretty simple attempt. Like I've seen some people's code, like examples they gave um, on Reddit and stuff, and they were like hundreds of lines long. And granted, they probably weren't doing things like efficiently and things like that, but I wrote this in 11 lines. For sure, it's new territory for the brain for new people learning. I think most people would do a for loop instead of do while. Read solutions after you get working one. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I have a for loop in this range, right? So you definitely probably could do a for loop instead of the do while here, right? But yeah, for whatever range of rows, do this following, right? Will, thanks so much for coming in. Will you want to get a job in tech? I currently have a job in biotech. I guess I work as a formulation chemist. I am a physical chemist, or scientist rather. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. I graduated back in 2021 from Utah State University. Um, had some, family connections that went there, so it helped out financially. That's kind of why I went there and traveled out of state. It was a fun experience, but looking back, I think I probably would have gone into computer science if I was introduced to the topic and had this passion I have now. But it's okay. I know all in hindsight. Um, I wouldn't have this channel if I did. I wouldn't be doing this right now. So, yeah, I work as a formulation chemist, so that also helps kind of take the pressure off. Like I'm not forcing myself to learn this to get job to pay my bills. I'm forcing myself to learn this because I enjoy doing it because I like putting in the time to do it. So it definitely helps on that aspect, and I think that that helps rub off on other people. That I find programming and coding and learning programming and coding to be fun and a hobby almost. So um, and that's kind of what I treat it as. So if that's something that sounds interesting to you guys, please follow along. Consider following along, you guys. All right. Now we have one more problem here. Two more problems. I didn't know that these were in here. I forgot. I thought it finished with Mario, but okay. All right. Let's try this one. Problem to solve. Suppose you work at a store and a customer gives you $1 or 100 cents for candy that costs 50 cents. You need to pay them their change, the amount left over after paying the cost of the candy. When making change, odds are you want to minimize the number of coins you're dispensing for each customer, lest you run out or annoy the customer. In a file called cache.c and a folder called cache, implement a program in C that prints the minimum coin needed to make the given amount of change in cents as below, but prompt the user for an int greater than 0 so that the program works for any amount of change. Okay, so I got you. Okay, here we go. So we'll say, let's go like this. cache. Let's close out of some of these. Just gonna copy this. Okay, in cache, we're gonna make a file called cache.c. Include these. Okay, we're gonna have int main void, and we'll open that up. Michael, you'd be an excellent teacher. Wow, you're so nice. I really appreciate that. I've been told that a few times by some of my peers and some of my I was, sort of a teacher, I guess. In college, I was the undergraduate teaching fellow for the chemistry department. I was like, hired by the university I applied for and got the job, and so I ran, a personalized like session twice a week for the chemistry department for extra studying and help to students. I had like office hours as well. And then I also, on my senior year, I got another job. So I had two jobs on campus for the chemistry department as a lab instructor for the undergraduate general chemistry course. So I was a lab instructor. I was the only undergraduate as a lab instructor with all other graduates, because for the graduates program it was part of their degree was to administer these labs and such. And so I I worked as the lab instructor for I applied for that job, I interviewed and I got it. And yeah, so I did those two simultaneously, but then I also tutored, like personally. I had a couple of like student athletes, and then like some student athlete parents reach out to me, like to not student athlete but like coaches, to like help their kids, like they were in high school and stuff, because they had through the grapevine they heard I was doing tutoring and stuff. So I tutored like this one kid who was like the son of one of the dads of the basketball team coach, and he in like his high school senior statistics class. Um, and so I do a lot of like tutoring and helping, and at least I have in the past, and I've been told that I'm pretty good at conveying things down and all that. So it really is a science. Never shy away from the low level. You'll never have to learn electronics, but knowing how memory works is ideal. Okay, yeah, definitely need to learn about memory and stuff, for sure. Week 3 and 4 are going to be fun. Week problem sort was terror. We'll get there soon enough. Okay, so we need to identify if the user input the lowest amount of coins needed for but it prints the minimum coins needed to make the given amount of change in cents as below. Okay, so we need to ask the user. So my initial thought process is to do a modulo operation from largest to smallest on the user input. If the user input, the modulo operation comes out whole, return that number. So let's think here. If I just open up a file real quick called test.py, and I go input, or we'll go is equal to change ode, right? And then I say print user user input modulo 25, right? So if I run this, ah, right, like so. I don't know if that'll work either. What's going on with my brain right now? I'm in between C and whatever, so I can't think. So modulo is a statement, a true or false, actually, right? So we'll say user input, we'll just get user input, right? What is going on? Ah, there we go. Haha. Okay, so cool. So then, sorry, my brain's not working. We've been streaming for over 2 hours so far, so I'm starting to slow down. I've been working all day and now I'm streaming, so give me a second here, you guys. Returns remainder. Yeah, so we're going to take the user input and we're going to modulo that by 25. And I'm going to rem is equal to here, and I want to print rem. So here we go. I say 100. We should get not all units converted to string format. Okay, we need to into here, right? So I get 100. We get 0 back. So yeah, because it can divide evenly, we'll get the remainder back. But if we floor, we should get 4. Yes. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to floor the division. We need to find out if it's even or not first. So we'll say all right, so let's go ahead and try this in C, I guess. So we'll say so int input is equal to this, or int input get int, actually. Is that it? We'll say change ode, like so. Change is equal to this. This is going to be type of int. So now we have a change variable that's being called. We'll say if change modulo 25 equals 0, if change modulo 25 is equal to 0, we're going to take change and floor it by 25. How do you floor in this? What's the floor syntax? Salo Gaming. Hello, welcome. I appreciate you for coming in. Make a variable for every different coin type. Yeah. So we'll have like right? So we'll do some variable assignment. So we have a quarter is equal to 25, and this is going to be int quarter. We have int dime, which is going to be 10. We have int nickel. Is nickel spelled with EL or LE? Is nickel spelled EL or LE? I think it's EL. And we have penny, which is just 1. Nickel is 5. So we will check if the module 25 is equal to 0, meaning that this is can be divided by it, right? So I guess we could just not floor. We wouldn't need to floor in this case. We could just say 4 is equal to, so right? And then set this equal to return change. Or coins. Let's make this coins, right? So we'll return coins at this point if that's true. And then we'll say elif or else if, well, we want to do a check if, so let's say we have, oh, this is tough. Okay. So like that. Like so. So we return change at this point. Return coins. And then what if we just actually set coins is equal to a variable here, and we set coins to this, right? If it's, right, so that handles that condition. We want to say if that is not true, else if, right, change, right, if it's can be floored by 10, we will return see if it's 50, we'll return 2 here first. We won't and we want to return coins here. This is type int, like that. So else if the change, the modulo 10 is equal to 0, right? For 50 and below, or for but what if it's 50? What if it's like 60? We would give 1 quarter and 2 quarters and 1 dime. This wouldn't work, right? So I don't even think that this would really work, because what if the user enters in like 60, we want to return the value of 3. So what if we do this? Rather than do this, what if we say we take the change amount and we start adding things to it, right? Until we get there. So what if we say, like, I kind of want to use like a try block, try to add the quarter to change, or to, so we need a counter to get to change, right? So this would be counter is equal to 0, rather. So we'll get a value from the user. If the value, we're just going to start adding things to get to change. So while coding in the online VS Code must suck not having autocomplete. Yeah, I realized that quickly when I started to type in stuff. I was like, you don't want to add. Think about how much change you would have left over after figuring out how many quarters to get. By going the change total to 0. Yeah, so what if we would want to, I don't even really, I'm struggling here. So we would say, do we want to keep reducing change down until we get to 0? So they do the following: change minus quarter is equal to change. So we'll reduce by the quarter as much as we can until we get to 0. So while change is greater than or equal to 0, right? So we will continually loop and reduce the change amount by the quarter amount until we get to either it is greater than or equal to 0. At this point, after each loop, we're going to coins plus equal to 1, and we need to set coins to 0 here. So int for coins. All right, and then we will do we just need to keep doing loops on each one? Do we just keep repeating this over and over and over again until but minus the dime, and then minus the nickel, and then the penny? So, and then at the end of this, we want to what? Print f of a percent integer and have it be coins. Right? Start with as much quarters as you can get with, then dimes, then nickels. Yes, reducing it on the right track. Maybe just a while instead of do while because you're not sure if you can get a quarter the first time. Okay, so then if it's just a while loop, a way to solve it without loops. If you're given an amount, you can without loops and without if statements. So then instead of do you put the while up front? Or is it like this? How do you set up a while loop without the do? The while goes on top, okay. Ooh. Do you keep the semicolon with the while up top? Or does it have to stay open? Probably has to stay open, I bet you. So wow, wow, wow. Do that. Remove the semicolon, yeah. Okay. So I need semicolons here though. Okay, so then make cache in quarter to, oh shoot. That make error, make cache, printf coins down here, jeez. They're everywhere. And then we'll go dot slash cache, change ode 100. Printf coins. That didn't work. What about the design 50 here? Let's see here. multiply loops, inefficient, variable naming, quarter, quarter. So then get input. Wow. Change is less than 0. Do the following. So while change is less than 0, so let's get rid of this. So now we're going to check if the change owed. Ugh, hate this. Change. We need to declare the change variable above here. Like that. Make cache. Oh my gosh, too many errors emitted. So I didn't declare it. So do I have to declare it as 0 at first to declare it as an int and then override it with this? Oh, okay, that's why. It's that. Okay, thank you so much. Make cache. Put the semicolon as separate line to silence this warning. Okay, we gotta leave that open. That's right. Jeez Louise, the syntax. Oh my gosh, there we go. Run that. So now we shouldn't be able to do -1. Oh. Get input. Oh, because this is 0. So what do we need to have instead of 0? Do while will be handy. Okay. So we'll take this, put it here, do it here, go there, go here, call do above it, and then set change above like so. Does it have to be initialized? Okay, that works. A cache. Okay, now if we go 100, or now if we go -1, we keep going. 0, we go through. Okay. But it's not printing my coins here. Why is it not printing my coins? It should be printing coins at the end of this Oh, it is right here. Okay, so we want to print on a new line coins, right? And then let's make this 100. There we go. Now we're getting the print. Okay. Okay, we're back in business here. So we have to put it in the while loop so we can do this check to make sure the input is positive. That's why we have it in the while loop here. So if we want to continually just reduce the number down as much as possible, I mean, you can just divide it by 25. And if that comes out to be a whole number, right? So you can determine if the division of it is positive, right? If you can do it. So if change modulo 25 is equal to 0, right? Let's go ahead and, right, meaning that it can be divided evenly by 25. Let's go ahead and say, wow, if it can be floored, let's go ahead and just divide it by 4 and add it to count, right? So count equals to, or sorry, coins, or we'll say, hold on, we'll say temp is equal to, we need to initialize this, so this is int temp is equal to, we want to say 25, we'll say quarter here. And so we'll say temp is change divided by the quarter, like so. And we're going to then call coins equals to coins plus, or plus equal temp, right? If we can do that. Right. What math operation will tell you how many times 25 can go into 100? It's just the modulo, right? Well, the floor operation will. Or just division, right? So the modulo, but this will only, my check here, right? This will only run if you can evenly take out, like on 10, 20, or 25, 50, 75, and 100. But like, what if it's 60? Well, you could give 2 quarters and a dime back. Which will tell you how many modules only give you. Yeah. So we need to keep the remainder. So let's go ahead. if we just divide it right away, this might not work. If we just keep dividing it, oh my gosh, why is this so tricky for me? Okay, so we're going to continually ask that question until we get a positive integer from the person. We are then going to divide change by quarter. Okay, and say if temp modulo 2, if you divide by the quarter and you get a whole answer back, if you divide by itself, you would get 1 back. So how can we check to make sure that this was a value, this was correct, right? So if we divide the given change by quarters, right? Let's say we have 60 cents, for example. Well, we can divide that by quarter once. It'll do it once, but we can do it twice. So if I do it twice, how you say I can do this without a loop? How? Like I have to do it over and over again if it's possible. So if the change can be and you said you could do it without if statements too? How? Without a while loop and without if statements? Well, what other just math operations without having any checks? If temp is greater than 1, if temp is greater than 1, change equals this. If change is greater than 1, if change is greater than 1 at this point, we know that we can perform this, we can do this. So coins plus equal 1. And then do it again. Change is change equal to 20. If change is equal to 20, yeah, but we're trying to solve some of these edge cases, right? I'm thinking about some of these edge cases where you have to combine multiple layers of coins together. So like for 70, you're given 2 quarters and 2 dimes back, so 4. In the case of 20, well, yeah, that's easy. It's just 2 dimes back. But I'm trying to do it when we have to cross these over. I mean, in Python, my initial thought is to make a list of all of the, make an array of all of the uh, money types, so quarter, dime, nickel, and penny. Say for every coin in the money types, continually reduce down until we reach 0, or and then move on to the next coin, right? So if change is equal to int change is change divided by quarter. If this change is greater than 1, we want to continually go down. So while change is greater than 1, we want to continually increase coins by 1 and set change equal to change divided by quarter, right? So while change is greater than 1, we'll continually reduce change by the size of quarter and increase coins. At that point, so 70 divided by 25 is greater than 1. But change is not gonna be an integer. It's a float now in some circumstances. So what if I said while change is greater than 20? No, 1. Um, you can store the amount of quarters, dimes, nickels, and pennies separately and then add them together at the end or an array. But that hasn't been talked about so far at this point in CS50. Yeah. Max quarters possible equals change divided by 25. So you want to set max quarters possible equals to change divided by quarters, while change is greater than 1. No, so we wouldn't want to divide by 25 though. No, because if change is 70 and you divide by 25, max quarters is going to be, but it will automatically be floored, you said. It'll automatically be floored to 0 if change is less than 25. Oh, gosh. Subtract the number of coins used change slash quarter. Use change modulo quarter. So give you what's left to change. So max quarters. Okay, so we'll say max quarters is equal to the current change value. So if they say 100 divided by quarters. Well, that would mean that you can have max 4 quarters, right? If change is 100. Well, if change is 90, right? Just to make this simple, 90 divided by 25 would give me 3.6. So that would give me 3.6 as max quarters. I need to floor this value and keep the 0.6. So max quarters at this point would be 3.6 for the example of change is 90. Right? So then if change 3.6, we would need to modulo.
Here's what I found.
Oh. 70 quarters, 70 divided by 25 is... Okay, so I'm sorry. So this division here, this when dealing with specific int on int types will do the same thing as this in Python. That's what I'm not understanding. I think that's where the disconnect is between us, you guys. I was thinking that the division is going to return me a float value like in Python, but these are integers. So does this automatically floor that value? It automatically gets floored. Okay, that's where I'm screwing up. Okay, so this automatically gets floored. That's where we were disconnecting. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for sticking with me and thank you for being patient. I really, really appreciate it. I was just under the impression that this was giving us back a float, and so I was having to do something with this decimal. Because in Python, I'm used to integer division being resembled as 2 dashes. Okay, got you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we floor this. This will give the max amount of quarters. Perfect. Exactly. So now that gives us the value of, for 90, this would give us 3 quarters, right? Or 70 would give us 2 quarters. We would then say, int max dimes would equal change floor dimes, right? Do we just do this for each type? Int max Nichols is equal to change floor nickels. And then int max pennies is equal to change floor pennies. And then we're going to take our coins and plus max quarters plus max dimes plus max nickels and plus max pennies. And we're going to set this equal to coins and return coins. Yeah? So before I look at chat, let me go ahead and quickly try this out real fast. And you guys are probably yelling at me about semicolons here. Okay, let me go ahead and try this out really quick. Like so. We have this here, which shouldn't be. Okay. Before I look at chat, hold on. Oh, hold on. Change quarter dime. Sorry, my error. Pennies. There we go. This is coins. Jeez. What is up with my spelling today? Make cash. Int penny equals 1 too many errors. Oh my gosh, come on. Come on, stop trolling me here. What else do I have wrong? Expected after expression. Do I need to do that? No. This is tragic. I haven't looked at chat yet. Hold on, guys. Use undeclared max. Pennies like that. There we go. Now what? Oh my gosh, come on. Error 1. Use of undeclarified identifier max. Oh, here we go. Jeez, just syntax errors all over the place. Oh, finally. Jeez, oh gosh. Change owed 100. No! 134? Oh, because we're not resetting change back to the amount, right? So when you set change is equal to change less max quarters times quarters, like that. So we have to subtract it. We have to update the amount of change each time. So max dimes times dime, the number of dimes found. Oop. Right? Max nickels times nickels. And then one more time, change equals change minus max pennies. Why do I always forget the E there? Oh my gosh. There's penny. Okay, so now cash. Oh my gosh, we need our syntaxes here. Real annoying. What is going on now? Int quarter. Oh, quarter. Nickel, penny. Cash. 100. Come on. Yes! Oh my gosh. Whew. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now if we type in cash for 70, we should get 4 back here as well. Oh, wow. Dubs. Dude, I'm sorry. Okay, so I did not realize. So the real disconnect that was going on when we tried to solve this one was I did not realize that integer division is being taken place with a single slash mark. I was thinking of Python still and thinking that this is going to return me a float value. So I was trying to think, I was like, well, I'm having to use modulo to try to like detect if this is a whole number or not. Like that's why I was throwing in modulo because I did not get or there was a disconnect in my learning that a single division sign in C when dealing with integer types is integer division, the same as floor division in Python with with floats and with integers, right? Got you. So this would have been a lot easier had I known that from the start. Oh my goodness. Jeez, gosh. Thank you so much for helping me out, you guys. If you guys are enjoying, your time here with me and collaborating, please follow along so we can and subscribe so we can continue to chat in the future. I stream every day, at least I try to. I will be for the foreseeable future. I'm really passionate about this and learning. So thank you guys so much for joining me here, and please subscribe. We're growing the channel so rapidly here, and it's really awesome. I've been grinding through this. Sorry if I'm a little bit slow tonight. I had a busy day at work, so I am on hour. I've been going since I wake up every day around 6:30 a.m. So I've been going for over almost 12 to come up to 15 hours. So every day, and then I just sleep in between. So it's quite a bit, you guys. I don't stop it, so I sometimes I get a little bit burnt, but we recharge, and so that I appreciate you guys sticking with me here. Sometimes I'm a little bit slow with wrapping my head around stuff after a long day. Sorry, let me go ahead and catch up on the chat here. Division, double line division in Python, yeah. You have to subtract max quarters first to update to change the values. Yes, exactly. Cool. You guys were ahead of me. Do you watch video? Stefan, thanks so much for coming in. Do you watch videos to learn more about computer science, or do you read about the information? So, the only videos I've watched mainly are like CS50P videos and the lectures. I only really watch like actual, accredited lectures from like universities and things like that, with MIT, CS50. Um, but I read out of textbooks mainly. So on my channel, we're currently reading data structures and algorithms in Python. I have a pretty good knowledge of Python, hence why I was incorrectly using the integer division here. I've been teaching myself Python for the past 6 7 months now, and I have quite a few nice object oriented projects I've built in Python. We're currently building one live in Python, the small business manager that we're writing in Python, where we take in items, we log them in a file, we have expense classes, item classes. We're managing these items and doing various things to them and converting them into sales and things like that. So I have a pretty good handle on Python for right now, and I was able to solve the Mario one in Python right away. I did this one in like a couple days ago in like 5 minutes. I solved the Mario More problem really easily in Python, but it took me about an hour to try to translate this earlier today into C. So we are still learning that C syntax and trying to wrap our heads around it. As you guys know, I forget semicolons like every single line. Learning C syntax without autocomplete is wild. Yeah, it was. I was getting errors everywhere, but it'll just help us in the long run. All right, let's do a check 50 here. Exactly, let's do a check 50. check 50. We didn't submit our problems too. We need to go back and submit. We just did check 50. Woo! Nice. Let's go. Awesome. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna go back to my previous problems really fast and let's submit these guys. So we had world. Um, oh gosh, we forgot to submit these. No, go back. Don't. No need to submit this one. Okay. How about hello, it's me? Submit 50. Hello, me. We'll go here. Open up a code at this one. Paste that in. Or let's first, we'll run the check 50 first just to make sure we got everything. All right, hold up, you guys. Keep that. Now let's take this. Yep, looks good. Paste. Submit 50. All right, let's go back here. Take a look at this version of Mario, which is the yes. All right, Mario less right here. Let's go open up a terminal here. Paste that submit 50 here. Yes, and then let's go to the Mario more. Sorry, you guys, I forgot to do this when we were doing it. Take this guy, Mario more. Submit that. Yes. And then let's submit cache. Delete this. Integrated terminal. Okay, and we got one more problem to solve, it looks like. We'll try to complete that one really fast today. All right. You should say change equals to change modulo quarter instead of what you have. Change is equal to change modulo quarter right here. Well, okay, so you gotta return the remainder of quarter, which will be change. Yeah, essentially will be the same thing. It will give you the change, right, of that operation. Gotcha. Yeah, same exact thing. Okay, and then yes, you're. Okay, then let's go here, open. Let's see if this is submitted. My submissions. Scratch, me, Mario less, Mario more, and Cash. Cool. Got them all. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. Awesome. Thank you for your kind words, Solakin. I appreciate you. Salokin. On my programming journey, thank you. I felt the same way going from Java and C to Python. It felt so different. Yeah. Still wrapping my head around the. Hey Moet, thanks so much for coming in. Appreciate you. If you guys are also interested, I have a Discord link below. We have over 200 members so far. We all share and collaborate. It's mainly like a roadmap for all my learning resources, but a lot of other CS majors have also provided their current notes and resources for what they're working on. We have a lot of people sharing projects and collaborating offline. So if you want access to kind of like a general roadmap of my online learning and resources so far, and other people, to join the Discord so we can chat offline as well and stay connected that way. I love talking with you guys. Okay, so let's quickly solve this last problem. Hopefully it's not too much more. A credit or debit card, or of course, is a plastic card with which you can pay for goods and services. Printed on that card is a number that's also stored in a database somewhere, so that when your card is used to buy something, the creditor knows whom to bill. There's a lot of people with credit cards in this world, so numbers are pretty long. American Express uses 15 digits, Master 16, Visa 13 and 16, and those are decimal numbers, 0 through 9, not binary, which means, for instance, that American Express could print as many as 10 to the power of 15 unique cards. That's a quadrillion. Yeah. Actually, that's a bit of an exaggeration because credit card numbers actually have some structure on them. All American Express numbers start with 34 or 37. Most MasterCards start with these digits, but we won't concern with this problem. Visa start with 4. But credit card numbers also have a checksum built into them, a mathematical relationship between at least one number and none other. That checksum enables computers for humans who like math to detect typos, transpositions, if not fraudulent numbers, without having to query a database, can be slow. Of course, a dishonest mathematician could certainly craft a fake number that nonetheless respects the mathematical constraints, so a database lookup is still necessary for more rigorous checks. In a file called credit.c and a folder called credit, implement a program in C that checks the validity of a given credit card number. Okay. Let's try that. Credit. And then we'll say inside credit, we're going to make a file called credit.c. Okay. Lund's algorithm. So what's the secret formula? Well, most cards use an algorithm invented by Hans Peter Lund of IBM. According to Lund's algorithm, you can determine if a credit card number is syntactically valid as follows. Multiply every other digit by 2, starting with the number's second to last digit, and then add those product digits together. Starting with the number's second to last digit. Add the sum to the sum of the digits who weren't multiplied by 2. If the total's last digit is 0, or put more formally, if the total's modulo 10 is congruent to 0, the number is valid. Okay. Write a program that prompts the user for a credit card number and then reports via printf whether it's a valid per the definitions herein. So that we can automate some tests of your code. We can program the line of the output to be Amex, MasterCard, Visa, or invalid. Nothing more, nothing less. For simplicity, you must assume that the user input will be the entire numeric. But do not assume that the users will fit in to get long. Okay. All right. Mahesh, hello. How was your Python session yesterday? It was real good. We learned about trees. We introduced trees and did a couple more linked list practice problems yesterday. It really helped us kind of solidify those concepts. And trees were very similar to linked lists, except you just have multiple pointers, right? So it didn't seem too difficult, conceptually. Give me these. All right. So in this one, we need to implement some sort of algorithm. So int main void, we're going to say right, we need to keep prompting the user for input if they your program should test a whole bunch of inputs, both invalid and valid. Recommends for testing. Okay, so let's just say get long. Sorry. Long is going to be user input is equal to get long of like that. So we'll get the long of the user input, making it a long variable. We will then say, so we need to take the second to last digit and then multiply each of the underlying digits by 2 and sum them together. But we don't want to do that. We want to we need to do that if it's valid or not. Okay, so we would obviously need to loop over every value and sum them. So how could we access every other value? Increase the index by 2 every time. So say for I is equal to 0, right? Our condition is if our condition is what would be our condition for this one? We need to loop over starting from index 0. And then how can we access every other value in Right, so we would have to go through all the way, and then if it's not possible to go up 2 more. So like if I plus plus no starting with the second to last digit. So I can't take the length of the user input, right? That would be easy to do in Python, just take the length of the user input. And what do you guys think? How can I first need to access the second to last item and then iterate through there. but we didn't talk about indexing yet in the lectures. So hey, Tin, welcome in. Appreciate you. So if we want to, how can we start at the second to last value in user input in C? Oh, I just don't know the tools. So if we use a regular for loop and check I on every iteration, but how can I go up to the length of the user input? I want to loop. Oh yeah, in main. Sorry. Thank you. So I'm wanting to go over the entire length of the user input. So I can't say for value in user input, right? Say for I is equal to 0 until I reaches greater than user input in length though. Like in Python we'd say until I becomes equal to or greater than the length of user input. Oh, do they provide a length function? It looks like it. Does CS50 provide a length function? Where would that be? I can't. Does CS50 header supply? Let me look up CS50.h. Oh, whoops. Oh, come on. Why is it doing this? So annoying. CS50.h. Get double, get int, get long, get string, long, float. Okay. Okay, so we'll keep going here. So we have to iterate over the entire length. I really don't get why. Oh, it's here. Apple needs to fix their Safari. It's really bad. Okay, so length of user input. While I is less until I becomes greater than the length, we're going to right, go like that. So the thing is though, is this is going to iterate over every single value. Okay, so, but we want us to iterate over every single value. In the first iterate value, we're going to take the first caret value and so how would I start at the back though? Multiply every other digit by 2, starting with the number's second to last digit. You would be able to get the last digit by doing that. Other approach would be the user input. So how do we access the final digit? Like, they didn't talk about indexing at all. They didn't even talk about length in the lecture. C doesn't have any of that. So how can we, if we start going down, okay, so we just need to do a check then if this is even or odd. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. So 16 digits would result in the last number not being included. 15, no, you would always result in the last number because is not included because you start from the second to last number. So in this case, you would start, if it was just 15 digits, you would start from the 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 3, 0. Think about how you can get a single digit remainder. Single digit remainder? Keep doing floor division by 10 until you get... That's how you know how long it is. Okay, so if you just continually divide the number by 10, you can count the number of magnitudes, basically. Is that what you're saying, to determine how long the number is? Okay, so
That's what I thought.
what do you want, Siri? Leave me alone. So, or we could just modulo 10, right, to find out how many times 10 gets passed into that number. Say length um, so if we modulo this by 10, we'll be able to determine the number of digits within this user input. So if I, for example, if I were to compile this, what's going on with my mouse? Please stop glitching out. Everything is just glitching out. Okay, if I were to go make credit, oh, you piece of crap, and then go dot dash credit here, right? Credit card number. If I just type in 333, we should get, oh, hold on, we need to, oh. Yeah, we got it back. Okay. Okay, so that gives you back the length, right? But then go here to So if you add 1 to that, though, if I typed in 333, I'd get 4 back for a length, and I don't have a length of 4. So this would not work. Right? That just gives you the remainder. So this gives us the remainder, which would have 3 as a remainder. Okay, this gives you the remainder, not a length. So if you had 3 with a remainder, because 10 have a remainder of 1 on this one as well. So if we floor integer division this, we do 333, that gives you 33. So no, that's not it either. We're trying to determine. Oh. So I'm getting the rightmost digit with this value. Okay. And so knowing that, you're doing a lot of these mods to see what happens. Mod length again. What are you trying to do? You would have to make a for loop and divide by 10 until the value is 0. Yeah, so a lot of this stuff that you guys are suggesting hasn't been introduced. This is only week one, so we're supposed to be able to solve this problem with some fairly limited methods here. Maybe. So we have a length. So we need to say for int I equals 0. Our condition is when user input divided by 10 is equal to 0. No, we would have to use I, right? So until our condition is when I gets to oh gosh. No, you're good, Dank. I appreciate your help. You're good. Loop division mod. So for int I is equal to 0, we want to loop for how many times do we want to loop here? Oh my gosh, I'm just if this was Python, I probably could do it, but I'm struggling with the syntax and everything that's at hand here. So for int I equals 0, our condition is if I becomes greater than Okay, so while nums while user input is greater than 0, we're going to continually so this will continually go down until we get to a ones place. So now we're going to need a int length variable, and we're going to 1 on each iteration. So now if I run this, I need a semicolon here. Now if we run this, make credit, I give 333 4. There we go. Okay. Try making a loop that prints the modulo 10 remainder and then divide by 10. That prints the modulo 10 remainder. So now we've successfully gathered our length, right, of our strings. So now we have a length function, basically. So if I go 8,000, right, that gives me 81,000, right? Cool. So now we have a length, and can we say we need to access the second to last value. Okay, so if we, at this point, let's print f right here. Let's do this might not let me do this. Long integer. Okay, so that printed out the modulo of the number So I do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 5. Modulo 10 would be 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Modulo 10 user input would be 5 on the last run. Ah. So patea, sorry. Try making a loop that prints the modulo 10 remainder, then divide by 10. So we print the modulo 10 remainder, and we divide by 10. So that's what I'm doing here. So I give a credit card number of this. I would get back 10000354063. So this just gave me every number in the card basically, but not in the right order. So this gave me 1, 0, 0. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, then we get the 6, then we get the 3, then 0, 0, 4. Then we get one extra 0 at the end because we're trying to modulo 10 and already you can't do it. So these are the options we need to take. I'm missing the last one because I'm printing after dividing. Come on. Okay, so that got me every single value. Now, what do I want to do with that value? I take the value at this loop, but I don't want to multiply every single value by 2. That's the thing, is I only want to multiply every other value. So how do I skip So would we say, would we go for I is equal to 0 until I becomes greater than the user input modulo 10 we're going to increase I by 2 each time. Or we keep a counter. Okay, so say this will be int counter is equal to 0. Okay, on the first run, we're going to say counter plus equal to 1, right? Outside of this loop, then, we're going to say no, inside this loop, because we're accessing each individual value with this statement here. We have a counter. We're going to say if, on the first one, we're going to 1. If counter is equal to 1, right? Or no, if counter modulo 2 does not equal to 0, which means it's 1, right? If there is a remainder for this value, it's an odd number, we're going to what are we going to do? If it's odd, we're going to go sorry, if it's odd, we're going to just sum. Yeah, so we're going to sum. So we'll say, we'll make a counter here for int odd digits is equal to sum to 0. We're going to say odd digit sum plus equal to instead of printing these values, we're going to do the modulo operation and save this as a variable as temp equals that. And we'll say int temp and then we're going to sum this to temp, right? Else if counter modulo 2, well, by default, I guess it wouldn't need an else if statement because it is inferred, right? Else even digits else we're going to say that even digits sum is equal to plus equal to temp times 2, right? And then Now let's sum the 13 together. That gives us this. Now let's add those products of digits. Oh, but you don't. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Okay, hold on. We get caught up on the chat here. Sorry, you guys. You're dividing first. You gotta do the mod. Those last digits. First check for length. I got you here. Sorry. So does this have to say else? Like so. There. So this is saying though, you guys, that I'm getting tired here, guys. I'm gonna admit I'm slowing down. It's 11 o'clock for me. I've been going all day. I'm slow and real. This is not a good combination. So it says though that we sum all of this gives us this, and then you sum each of their individual values. Now let's add that sum to the digits that weren't multiplied. So we'll say if it's even digit sum, we need another condition here that says if temp, right, is modulo if temp divided by divided by 10 is greater than 1, right? If we divide temp by 10 and it's greater than 1, meaning that we have more than 10 values in this temp value, or the temp value is greater than 10, right? We're going to then say temp or shoot var, I'm running out of variable names. Var is equal to temp modulo 10 so that'll give me the remainder, right? Or if temp rather is greater than 10, go ahead and do the following. Modulo 10 will give you the remainder, right? remainder, and then we need to, at this point we'll say even digit sum right is equal to plus equal to remainder plus 1. Right? That will essentially split the remainder off of a value greater than 10, take the 1 from the 10, and add it to the 1 from the remainder value to give us the single digits place. So if temp greater than 1, do that, do that. Else even digit sum that. So if we're odd, we're going to just add it to the odd digit sum. If we're even, if the number is greater than 10, then we're going to determine the remainder of it. No, you always will multiply it by 2. So if else, you multiply the digits by 2, right? No matter what. Like so. That gets rid of this. And that. So we're going to multiply the number by 2 no matter what. We multiply by 2 via this step. But I don't want to sum this yet. I want to save this as temp. Temp equals temp times 2. So we save it as temp. If on the individual basis this temp is greater than 10, we're going to do this and find the remainder and add the remainder. Else, right, if it's less than 10, we're just going to add the number to even digit sum. Right. Props for having energy after all this work. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm running out of steam really fast here. I want to end the stream like right now, but I want to finish this. I'm really close. I feel like. So, do you guys? Am I close? Do you guys? What do you guys think? So we're gonna first figure out. We're gonna initialize an int variable for user input modulo 10. We're gonna continually take that value, right? That's how many values we have in the count. If the counter divided by 2 is not 0, meaning that we're on an even number versus an odd number, so if we have an odd number, we're going, which is the first, the last digit, right? Because that's the first one that's pulled up. If we have an odd number, which is number 1, we're going to just add this to the counter, to odd digits. Else, we're going to multiply the value of temp by 2 per this instruction here, which gives us this. If the temp value is now greater than 10, we're going to find its remainder, add the remainder to, a value of 1 to resemble that 1 value in the 10, and then sum that to even digits. Else, right, we can just sum that doubled number into here. So if this was 4 times 2, 8, well, we can just do that. If it was 8 times 2, 16, well, we would sum 1 and 6 together via here. So I think that this would work. So we just need to then return a sum of 13 plus, add that to the sum of all the digits that weren't multiplied. Okay, so then we'll say outside of this loop, right, we're going to say total, int total is equal to even digits sum plus odd digits sum, and we're going to print f %i \n for total. Check that brace on line 25. Never mind. Okay. I think we're okay. So now let's add in some semicolons to these statements. And will this run? No idea. Let's try it. Oh, we need a parenthesis after the if. So if here, like so. Okay, now if we go make remainder, I need a okay, so this is going to be int remainder. Make credit. Oh, here we go. Credit card number. Control C. Paste. Uh-oh. Print total. Oh, this is in the while loop. Hold up. Like that. Now if we go make credit, we paste this in. $27. After you multiply by 2, you need to add up the digits. So if it's 12, you need to add 1 and 2. Yeah, I'm doing that right here. So if the temp value that's found here is greater than 10, I'm finding the modulo of it to get the remainder past 10. And then I'm summing 1 plus that remainder and returning that value. Or I'm just summing that to the even digits. Else, we're just summing it because it didn't need to do this splitting. So this would give me 20. This number would give me 20 if I use this one, which I think is the one I just used. So this should be giving me 20. Oh, shoot. Your approach, add code, add semicolons later. Yeah, exactly. You only need to add 1 to that, not plus the remainder. Yeah, you have to add the remainder, right? So if you have 12, you add 1 plus the remainder. So the remainder would give me 2, and I would add 1 to that, right? In this line. Dang it. What's going on here? Right now it adds 2 and 12. So temp would be 12. I would modulo that by 2, and that would give me a or 10, and that would give me a remainder of 2, no? Because temp would be 12. That would get filled here. I'd modulo that by 10. That would provide me a remainder of 2. I would take the remainder and add it to 1. Right? Adds 2 and 12. Remove remainder plus and run it. $25. See, it was adding the 2 properly, like I had said. No, you're good. No, you're fine. I appreciate your help. So we're 5 digits over. So why are we 5 digits over? So we're 5 digits over. where could this be coming from? It could be coming from a 1 being added to the 4 somewhere. So the 1's being doubled, 2 plus. I personally use multiple loops to do each step at a time, then optimize later. Yeah, I suck at loops in this, to be honest. I need practice with them, definitely. With for loops, I'm really bad at writing for loops in C. The while loops are pretty straightforward for like similar to Python, but the for loops, ugh. So should I do a print call and print temp at each spot? So let me. Okay, print 2 separate sums. That's a good idea. So let me just comment out this. Let me go print f percent I percent I will go even, odd, and then we'll go here and go even, digits, sum, odd, sum, like so. Oh. Whoops. Get out of here. Okay. Now if we paste the credit card number. So we get 20 for the even number adds. So we should be getting 22, no, 13 plus 4, 17 plus 3. Try print to see what happens. Also initialize user input to the credit card number for debugging purposes. You don't have to input it every single time. That's a good idea. There we go. So how do you format two the temp greater than 100? Temp. So you say the temp greater than 10 statement should be inside the else statement. So in my problem here, we multiply each of the underlying digits by 2. So I have to multiply them all by 2. At that point, if temp is greater than 10, so I'll take this statement, put it into here. this back. What does this do? Ah, stupid. All right, that did it. You only add the even digits right now. Since it's outside, you also add odd digits to the even digits sum. So when it was originally outside, so okay, so this solved it, but why did I have to move this inside this else block? Why did I have to take this portion and put it inside this else statement? Why wouldn't it have just done this and then moved on to this either way? You get what I'm saying? Why by just putting it out here, does that change the value so much? Because you only add the digits when the number is even. If the number is odd, we add it to odd sum. Else we multiply the number by 2. If that number is greater than 10, oh, I get you. Because it's also applying this if statement to this temp value here. So it's doing this to all of our values, odd and even. Ah, okay. So it passes this if statement, it performs this one, but temp is included by locally within both of these scopes. So it will perform the temp action on both even and odd. Okay, I got you. Thank you so much. So we had to keep it within this scope of temp. Now this was just a bad use of variables probably by me. If I would have defined variables a little bit better, I probably could have handled that better. So like if I would have said, if I would have put temp2 here and did if temp2 like that, then take temp2 remainder even digits temp2 like that. So that would work. Undeclared identifier temp2. Did you mean temp? So I need to have temp2 be initialized here, integer, make credit, if temp2 greater than. This temp2 is within that scope. So I would still have to keep it. Okay. It has to be within this scope of these brackets. It has to perform in this else statement on that temp value. Okay, so now if we clear this out, go make credit, run credit, we get 20 for that designated number here. So now we need to put in the get long function for CC number, like so. And then we also need to determine if this card is a Visa, valid or invalid. Initialize temp 2 in the scope where both blocks can, quote, see it. I got you. So it'd have to be, temp 2 would have to be initialized somewhere where both blocks can see the scope because it uses both, pass down. Got you. Okay, so we need to set up a check here, basically, and say, that's my while loop. Okay, so this gives back 20. Yep, the last digit in the sum 20 is 0, so that's legit. So this is a legit card. It has a sum of 20 in the last spot. So we need to determine if this is a legit card or not. Oh, we're almost there, but I gotta go to bed. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be screwed tomorrow, you guys. Please sub if you're for the long stream. Please give a sub and a like it for the long stream if you're enjoying it. I stream 4.5 hours on a weekday. I'm done for tomorrow. I'm screwed. But I was too into the code, you guys. I was too into it. I wanted to solve the problem. I have to solve it. It's part of who I am. Okay, so we need to determine if this is divisible by 10, basically. So if total modulo 10 is equal to 0, right, meaning that this is valid, um, so if total divided by modulo 10 is equal to 0, but this doesn't have any remainders, it's divisible by 10, which means it has a 0 in its last place, then we would go ahead and say that this card is valid. So let's set the variable, let's set a flag here for I like true and false statements like I have in um so we'll say, and we also need to determine what card type it is. Oh my gosh. This problem is so long. So numbers that start with 34 or 37 are MasterCard, 51 through 55. And all numbers that start with 4 are Visa. So how can we access the first couple of digits? I think the CS50 header has bool inside of it. is valid equals total modulo. Make a copy of the credit card. So obviously this starts with 4. So how do we determine? Yeah, John, I think it's included in a different package that we didn't talk about yet. So at this point, we are trying to determine if it's valid or not. So is valid is false if total divided by true equal to true. Now we need to determine the first values of the credit card. If it starts with 3, if it starts with, it's a Express. If it starts with 5, it's a MasterCard. If it starts with 4, it's a Visa. Oh, so how do we determine without, I mean, we accessed each individual character here, right? Hey, Minecraftalist, welcome. Awesome that you're here. Thanks for joining me. Okay, guys, how can we determine the value of the first two data points in the number without being able to index? Oh, without being able to index. We're so close, but I've got to go to bed. I'm stressing. I don't know. How can we have to make a separate loop? Oh. Would I have to know the length? But you can't index in, so like what's the point of even knowing in C? I thought you can't like square bracket to access that certain I value, the ith value, whatever. You need to know the length either way. So there isn't like a length determination though. Fifteen digits, 16, and VC uses 13 and 16 digit numbers. Okay. Okay. So we'll say for int I, while I is less than length I plus plus. So that will for I is less than length. We don't know what the length is. Length is equal to as long as you can index knowing the length isn't important. The index digit will be OG number. Ten to the power of I plus 1? The index digit. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, we have a counter variable already. So I guess we are determining a length already in the counter. So if we already have a counter for the length, counter, we're going to say I'm not sure. I gotta go to bed though, guys. I really appreciate you guys joining me today. I'm gonna stop here. We solved almost all of the problem set one today. So I know I'm a little bit slow on C, you guys. Like on the when I attempted the other one in Python, I solved this one in Python in like 5 minutes. So it's just I'm struggling with C syntax, understanding the for loops and everything. If I was using Python, I probably could draft something up pretty quick here. I might try it in Python and then try to convert it over like I did with this problem, but I mean, we're really close though, so it's probably not worth it. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining me tonight. I'm, I just am a little bit gassed. I have a 9 to 5 job as a formulation chemist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry for those that are new here. I have a 9 to 5 job where I work every day and then I stream these sessions afterwards. So we did a 4 hour and 41 minute stream today after my regular 9 to 5 job. So I put in a good 15 plus hour day today. I'm done for the day. I gotta go to bed. I really appreciate you guys joining me. Please join and subscribe along so we can talk and chat tomorrow. Please join my Discord so we can chat offline and share resources and everything. I really appreciate you guys being here with me. Yeah, don't forget about your job. Yeah. Luckily, tomorrow is kind of a more of an easier day for me. I've kind of got everything prepped for my stuff, so tomorrow is gonna be an easier day for me. But I I gotta go to bed right now. And anyways, thanks so much for joining me today, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. You guys are awesome. You guys make this stream what it is, and thank you so much for 800 subscribers that we crossed today. Huge, huge milestone. I'll see you guys tomorrow.